let's say, give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit!
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. It did not work at all.
Why, hello. How's everybody doing? I've decided I really need a better loot filter. I don't know exactly how I'm going to do that. But I do know that I'm not happy with the current one. I'm not even happy with the, like, colors. Like how is that the same color as that? Like, that's currency. This is a unique, and that's a unique, and that's a currency, and that's a currency, and that's a currency. It's so confusing. Why did I ever do that? What is this? BalorMage, Ball Lightning, and
FaZe Plays here with a build guide for a brand new build. Volcano.
Volcano, okay? FaZe Plays,
This powerful spellcaster build combines Ball Lightning and Volcano to destroy maps with enormous coverage and annihilate endgame bosses. This build is easily one of the strongest all-rounders this league. It has huge single target damage. Mapping coverage is screen-wide and omnidirectional. Aiming isn't required. Burning Ground lingers and applies large ignites to everything that walks over it. This Burning Ground can even crit. It has enemy explosions through explosive impact and optionally even fiery death. Ball Lightning beams add a substantial amount of damage and also shock everything. This build is perfect for the new League mechanic, Runes of Aldur, along with Expedition, Ritual, Abyss, Breach, and its Sky Hives. To top it all off, it has a low barrier to entry. The only must-have item is Sire of Shards, which is insane for this build. Quill Rain is also recommended, though it's not required. Fire-infused explosions are fantastic, and can even shotgun for huge damage. The cons are visual clutter, and Burning Ground can be a bit performance heavy, particularly with Sion's Temper. Recovery is decent, Blasphemy Temporal Chains helps recharge, and Convalescence can top off Energy Shield when needed. If Energy Shield runs out, we have a solid life pool, 25% mitigation, and Life Leech. Mobility is okay, though it can be improved with Lightning Warp if desired. There's an in-depth written guide for this build in the description below. For the mapping playstyle, it's a 2-button build, Frost Bomb and Ball Lightning. First, Frost Bomb generates multiple fire infusions. Then, cast Ball Lightning a few times every couple seconds to blanket areas with Burning Ground and fire-infused explosions. Then repeat. It's extremely comfortable to map with. Interestingly, the explosions interact with terrain by sticking to walls. These can shotgun. Dragging enemies into tight areas can be an enormous damage boost. For single target, the main damage combo is 2 Volcanoes, Flame Wall, and then 2 Shockwave Totems. More on this later. Let's take a closer look at the various mechanics for this build. Ball Lightning fires slow-moving projectiles that repeatedly zap nearby enemies. Fire infusions make it much stronger. Using Frost Bomb with a short detonation time, +2 limit, and Spell Cascade, we very...
This so far looks fantastic. What the fuck?
Quickly generate multiple fire infusions with elemental equilibrium. Then, 1 fire infusion is consumed on each cast. Fire infusions modify Ball Lightning in 4 ways. Orbs decelerate over time until they stop moving. The orbs can stick to walls. Each orb leaves a trail of burning ground that ignites enemies. This ignite has a large base damage, and it can be further scaled by crits. For those that want to focus more on the burning ground, encroaching ground is a great option here. When an orb dissipates, it also explodes for a huge chunk of fire damage. These explosions can shotgun, so it's possible to take advantage of positioning and terrain for more overlaps. Wild Shards 2 or Sion's Temper can elevate this playstyle even further. On top of these mechanics, Ball Lightning beams continue to repeatedly hit enemies and apply shocks. Which playstyle do you prefer? Focusing more on burning ground coverage with more projectile speed and encroaching ground, or focusing on the explosions with less projectile speed and Sion's Temper? There's an enormous amount of flexibility here. Alright, but what about single target damage? Enter Volcano. Volcano is a channeling spell that places a geyser on the ground that fires projectiles a couple times per second. There are various scaling avenues that we take advantage of to turn this skill into a beast. We go from 1 to 2 volcanoes with overabundance.
Sure.
By lowering the area of effect and projectile speed, projectiles travel less distance, leading to more hits on bosses. These projectiles can chain or bounce from the ground using Ricochet 2 for extra hits. Sire of Shards directly scales the number of projectiles fired from each volley, a huge damage multiplier. Placing a flame wall directly on top of volcanoes grants each projectile a sizable chunk of flat damage. And finally, the last ingredient is Shockwave Totem. When a volcano gets slammed by Shockwave Totem, it releases a volley of projectiles. This turns our volcanoes into rapid fire machines. Each volcano can only be slammed 10 times before dissipating. Place volcanoes every couple of seconds to maintain maximum damage. Shockwave Totem requires a martial weapon, so our endgame offhand is Quill Rain to take advantage of its high attack speed. For mapping, cast Frost Bomb ahead of you in the direction you're running, then grab any...
Wait, is he using Quill Rain to proc Shockwave Totem? Is that really?
Convenient fire infusions as you run by, then cast Ball Lightning every couple seconds to blanket areas and...
Attack speed, yeah, no, it's great. 5-button builds, my fingers hurt casting. Okay, but everything is a 5-button build. What's important is that the mapping is a 1-button playstyle. I'm happy to press a few extra buttons for bosses. I just don't want to do that all the time for mapping, right?
Burning ground and explosions. For every 1 Frost Bomb cast Ball Lightning roughly 3 times. When you encounter a rare enemy, cast Frost Bomb, double Volcano, and then if needed, double Shockwave Totem. For bossing, the main priority is maintaining elemental weakness, exposure, and sigil of power. After that, start the main damage combo. Double Volcano, Flame Wall, double Shockwave Totem, then double cast Volcano every couple seconds. Ball Lightning will typically apply shock to bosses with decent gear. This build relies on Sire of Shards, so it's not league startable right off the bat. The minimum requirements to start playing this build are Sire of Shards, a 4-link Frost Bomb, Elemental Equilibrium, and Secrets of the Orb on the passive tree. If you don't have Quill Rain, offhand any lower level spear or crossbow with high attack speed and low attribute requirements. If your strength is on the low side, running a low level Shockwave Totem is fine. Sire of Shards is a common unique, so it shouldn't be particularly hard to get. In SSF, the reworked Ritual may be a good option for targeting the staff. On League start, I'd recommend playing Essence Drain with Contagion on an Infernalist or Lich until you get Sire of Shards and then respec to BalorMage.
This looks
First,
great.
we grab Vitality Siphon to offset the life cost of Sanguimancy. Later on, it also allows us to easily convert a big chunk of mana cost to life costs. Second, Sunder the Flesh provides a huge amount of base crit that makes scaling damage and burning ground much easier.
You know what's funny? This might not actually kill performance as much as you think, because while yeah, it is really busy and whatnot, it isn't 2 billion hits per second like a lot of the archer builds and shit like that, and it's actually like both calculations of the amount of hits as well as anything that deals hundreds of instances of damage over time, not ignite. It stacks up one larger, so that's good, as well as sounds that fuck with things a lot. It's still not going to be smooth. I'm just saying, like, there will be worse builds. There will be worse builds than this for performance.
Third, Grasping Wounds is a secondary layer of defense in case energy shield gets depleted. There are two options for the final notable. Crimson Power for a huge chunk of life, which can make life costs easier to manage and provides a bigger pool for life overflow. This also synergizes well with Enhanced Barrier. Or Whispers of the Flesh, which is roughly 18% more damage for bossing or anything that enters your blasphemy radius. I'd recommend taking Crimson Power first. Later on, if you find the extra life unnecessary, swap to Whispers of the Flesh, drop Enhanced Barrier, and spec into a Zone of Control. For weapon set 2 with Quill Rain, assign it to Frost Bomb, Elemental Weakness, and Shockwave Totem. Assign all other spells to weapon set 1. For Spirit Reservation, early on run Convalescence and Blasphemy Temporal Chains. If you get some extra Spirit on gear, consider adding in Siphon Elements. Late game, aim to fit in Blasphemy, Convalescence, and Elemental Conflux. But there's a lot of flexibility here. Here are some uniques you may want to keep an eye out for. Sire of Shards is mandatory. This is our endgame weapon. Quill Rain is highly recommended. The ideal quiver to go along with this is a primed quiver with attack speed, mana on kill, and life on kill. Prefixes aren't important. At Ziri's Splendor, even with the energy shield nerf, is still a fantastic chest with the right mods. Ingenuity is a great belt if you have good rings. Prism of Belief is excellent if you can get your hands on a +2 or +3 Volcano or Ball Lightning. For unique charms, the Nascent Hope, the Fall of the Axe, and Beer's Anguish are all great. Rite of Passage is incredibly strong with the right spirit, but they're incredibly expensive. The priority order here is Stag, Owl, then Boar. Grip of Kulamak is a fantastic ring if you can get at least 3 solid mods. The best mod here is projectiles have a chance to chain an additional time from terrain. Heart of the Well is also very strong with the right mods. Trade search links for these two uniques can be found in the written guide. Here are a few quick tips. Drag bosses towards enclosed areas or walls to take advantage of explosion shotguns. The burning ground can be demanding on some systems, especially with Sion's Temper. I'd highly recommend DX12 for this build as it's drastically better than Vulcan for burning ground performance. Siphon Elements is a great mapping option if you prefer a bit less Frostbomb usage. Consider keeping these gems in your inventory to swap into Ball Lightning depending on the situation. If mana or life costs are a bit much, consider Tekrod's Gaze in your gloves or Idol of Ishta in your helmet. Be sure to run an Ignite Immunity Charm if you have any issues sustaining Energy Shield. Fiery Death is a solid option for dense, juiced mapping, or for farming Breach, Ritual, Abyss, and Expedition. Headhunter is incredibly strong for mapping on this build. Lightning Warp is a solid mobility skill, and it creates shock ground when you teleport to Ball Lightning. This can be quite powerful. Eventually, aim for a corrupted Sire of Shards with +5 projectiles to elevate your damage to another level. Click like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video.
Was fantastic and refreshingly different, and it looks great. It looks lit. Get it? Aha! Ah! Cause like, the question is, what else can we play it on? Cause like, what would the spirit walk? Ooh. Yep. Oh, my coffee. Jesus Christ. Wait. That was just me, buddy. Relax. make it worse, right? And of course you want less projectile speed for the explosion. Yeah, but better for clear. Alright, I was not going to keep playing this. I was going to start working on a filter because I'm not like super happy. I'm not super happy about my filter. So updated patch notes. Uh-oh. Oh, did that already scroll down? I just assumed it would start at the top. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What was this one? Oh, we knew about this one. Yep. Cool. This one. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Okay. Sure. Okay, that's fine. Add 21 new Kalgoran skills that can be crafted from remnants. Okay. Detonate living. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? I don't know what it is, how it scales or whatever, but I would like to play Detonate Living. Thanks. March, Fragment of the Past, Frost Flame, Nova, Grim Pillar, Hollow Shell, Ley Lines, Powered by Verisium, whatever that is. Rain of Blades? Refutarian? Refutation? Refutation. Yep, that last one. Okay. Triskelion Cascade is an awesome name. A lot of these are really cool names. Repulsion, okay, so without more information, none of these mean anything to me, but they've got some cool names. The following items have been removed from the currency exchange. All of that stuff. Good. It's all pretty worthless, to be honest. The following items only appear in the currency exchange in Standard League. Omen of Corruption, Omen of Homogenized Coronation, and Omen of Homogenizing Exaltation. Sure. The Expedition Company can now be sold to vendors for gold. Okay, sure. The existing hideouts have converted to non-interactable doodads. NPCs will no longer invite them to your hideout. Sure. Right. Existing primary calamity fragments have been converted to ancient crisis, faded okay, sure. Waste on modifiers that add damage to monsters, penetrate elemental resistance, or reduced. Oh, good. Pen and reduce res has been the silent killers. Although, to be fair, multi-proj is the biggest silent killer. Never mind. The waste on modifier that provides extra projectiles has been disabled. No, never mind. The base durations of all shrines. Cool. Contains identified item mocks can no longer roll. Tablet modifiers that no longer function have been disabled. Please go sure. Ignites that are reflected on the player can no longer spread to. Oh, what? Ignites that are reflected onto the player can no longer spread to other enemies from the player. Are you allergic to fun? It wasn't even good. It was just fun and amusing. This is another instance of we didn't design it like that in-house, guys. You're doing stuff we didn't plan for. So we're gonna stop that right now. Bad player. Do not be original. How dare you? Okay, moving on. Culling strike thresholds are no longer lowered in party play for non-unique minions, but they are still lowered based on the number of players for unique minions. Okay. You know what? That's fair. I'm good with that. New lineage support we don't know of. Ice Nova is no longer able to originate from frostbolts while cascading sideways. Okay. Wait, monsters, not minions? Right. Right. Okay. Primal Strike now has a minimum gem level of 9, previously 7. Tame Beasts now have 40% more damage at level 9 and 84% at level 20. Now immediately summons a newly tamed beast if you have enough spirit, and now has a minimum gem level of 7 instead of 9. This would be great, but what I actually need is for it to have 40% more movement speed, up to 84% more movement speed. If you give me that, I'll try it again. Spell Cascade is no longer limited to supporting spells you use yourself. So I can Spell Cascade totems and minions. Yeah. What minion would I want to Spell Cascade? Huh. Zealots of a Stormcall? Yeah, but they spark way too much. Like, they spark mostly. You wouldn't put in Spell Cascade because it wouldn't support the spark. Goodbye. Okay. Any ideas on what you're starting? Probably totem something. Could be an oracle, could be a shaman, could be a blood mage, could be a stormweaver, could be anything. But also that I made that decision yesterday, and before that it was going to be gardeners, and before that it was going to be minions. So would Ice Nova Spell Cascade totem be a thing? No. If you were to do Ice Nova with spell totems, you would use Ancestral Projector. Right? Which is a support in this game, not a ring. It is a support, right? I'm running that off memory. Hold on, my memory's questionable at best. Let me just double check that. Yeah, there it is. Ancestral Projection. Support skills target a location instead. Anyway, Primal Strike, Spell Cascade, Collapsing Horns and Unique Staff, Primitive Command. Oh, now grants 100% increased elemental damage, previously 100% attack. Sure. It's still a quarter staff though, so like. The Idol Amulet now also has, oh, reduced presence area and increase. Okay. Sure. Well, for in-game, I like to build because I play 70 UK while taking care of a kid. Yes, nothing has changed with Zealots. They'll be They will be stronger than last time because you will be able to make amulets and rings with minion modifiers now. So we don't know how high they roll, but we know for sure that you can roll at least 60% on each piece. So you're looking at 180% increased damage you couldn't get before. But otherwise, we don't know what kind of other power they will have. But nothing has changed. Right? Like nothing about them. Oh yeah. Also surpassing chance for projectiles will help them a lot. But I mean, nothing on them has changed specifically, so they're still perfectly viable. Plus they get whatever buffs we can get out of whatever minion things we can get. Ideally, I would like to see 200% surpassing chance for projectiles. If you were to planning on building them, 200%. So they do 3 sparks each, right? I don't think it would be worth trying to get more. 4 is an odd number that you don't want to use. Well, an even number, which you don't want to use. You want to use odd numbers. So 1, 3, 5. For any projectile, less important when it's spark because it moves around a little bit, but still kind of relevant. So I would go for 200% surpassing projectiles so that you had 3 proj instead of 1, and then damage, attack speed, damage, cast speed, movement speed things is what I would focus the rest of it on. Other than that, nothing. Oh, I haven't gotten to a crafting thing yet. All right, hold on. Road Warrior can't be obtained. Skill granted by Unbound Lich unique staff. Now is the following changes. 8 seconds, previously 10 to 15. To fixed weather now lasts 10 seconds. Whatever. Scattering Calamity. Now has a mana cost of 0. What the fuck is Scattering Calamity? I don't know what that is. This Vile Intrusion now has a mana cost of 0. I don't know what that is either. We're doing Warn now. I don't know what that is either. Crafting method. Oh, here we go. Crafting method that puts a single guaranteed modifier on an item now adds it as a crafted modifier. Items can only have a single crafted modifier on them. Those are all skills in the callback staffs. Ah, right. This. Stay with me. Let me defend myself before you abandon it. This is the best news I've ever seen. Stay with me. It's not because it's good. It is a nerf to crafting. But they've started to cave on there being crafted modifiers. That's not going to be a regular modifier. It's a crafted modifier now. This is the beginning of them caving and realizing that having a crafting bench was important. It's the beginning. It's the first step. Set my soul alive. Set my soul alive. We kind of define. Well, the way I understand this would be you can only have one essence modifier. Not that you can't use other things, but that you could only have one essence modifier that's a guaranteed modifier. No, crafting methods that put a single guaranteed modifier on an item. That is not the same as the a abyss thing, because the abyss thing is not a single guaranteed modifier. It is a roll that gives you a choice of 3. Items can have only a single crafted modifier on an item. Right. I do not believe that the Abyss mods are classed as crafted modifiers. They're classed as desecrated modifiers. They have the tag desecrated. So I do not think that that will stop you from putting multiple things together. I think it just stops you from being like, I'm going to essence plus levels, and then I'm going to essence attack speed, and I'm just going to keep going back and forward on the suffixes until I hit both without overriding either one. I still don't love that, but like that's what I think it's targeting, is like things like that where you just like hit back and forward until you hit them both. I think that's what they're targeting. I don't love that, but I think that's where the limitation is. I don't think it will affect the rest of crafting. Right? I think. Yeah, it still sucks, but I don't think it's ruining any of the rest of the crafting stuff. It's just you're gonna have to pick a single essence modifier. The Thesis Soul Core is now a random skill that requires glory, which generates 50% of its maximum glory when your mark activates when socketed into the helmet. Previously 15% when socketed into gloves. Whatever the fuck that means. When socketed in the body armor, it now grants 75% of armor applies to chaos damage while on full energy shield. Okay, sure. This would fall in the same category as essence. It is a guaranteed mod. Aren't the alloys guaranteed? They're guaranteed mods, but they're not new ones. Aren't they the ones that let you swap resistances and shit? I don't think those will show up as crafted modifiers. I think that's just essentially harvest swap. No, that's flux. Fuck, which one was alloys? Sorry, I'm bad with names. With a guaranteed modifier, 50% chance to inflict ailment. Okay, well that's a guaranteed single modifier, so that should fall under the same category, I would imagine. Blah blah blah. Bogfield Commander. The Bogfeld Commander now has a Spectre variant from the boss version of the monster. Fixed a bug where Arc would gain its lightning infused status when not spending lightning infusions. Do you think that's gonna fuck the totem bug? I'm not gonna lie, a small copium part of me was hoping that the that Arc on totems wasn't bugged, and that indeed all the other skills were bugged, and that the infusions and charges should work on totems, but Arc was the only one that did work on totems. That's what I was hoping. Well, no way. Okay, but if you look through the list of skills, and I'm just ballparking here, around 80% of the spells that you would want to use all require either a charge or an infusion to do proper damage, because they wanted that combo gameplay stuff happening. And totems, if they can't use or generate either one of those, become very limited in the amount of skills that they're allowed to do. They don't consume the charge. Well, what I would see is that you consume the charge to cast the totem. That's what I would see, is you would consume the charge to summon the totem. And then that totem would cast the imbued one or whatever it is. Fix the bug that causes support gems apply skills you use yourself to apply to skills used by clones of you, such as Mirage, Referral Engagement, or minions you summoned. Oh no. Okay. Okay, there's a few little interactions that ruins, but it's fine. Several bugs that prevented support gems from supporting Unearth. Okay. Various bugs that allowed disabled flask to be used to some effects. Okay. Various bugs and bleed modifiers not working on bleeds inflicted by spell hits. Didn't know that was a thing. Fixed a bug that caused bone constructs summoned by Unearth to stand still when summoned by a totem. Okay. Does DL's desire limited gem to not function when it was socketed but disabled? To still function when it was socketed but disabled. Okay. Fixed a bug where some monsters in the trial of Sekima Nuts were not activating, preventing players from decreasing the timer in the Hourglass trial. Okay, that bug has been in since the game launched. A little crazy that we're only fixing that right now, but sure, thanks. Great. Progress is progress. We'll take it where we can get it. Fixed a bug where modifiers to melee strike range were described in-game units rather than meters. This displayed in the values being 10 times smaller, but is not a functional change. Okay. Better late than never, right? All right, I haven't actually tested this, but at least in PoE, the totems use a shared cap. Fixed the bug where we used American gibberish numbers instead of the superior EU meters. It's not even EU meters, it's just the rest of the world. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna overgo the displays the ranges and such. You can see your presence range. I don't know if you knew that.
Be brave. Make a choice. Farewell.
Need something?
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Okay, there's nothing to like buy a thing.
Goodbye. Hello. Here we are.
Yeah, there is. Not that one. There it is.
I will tell you.
You can actually mouse over presence in game and have it show you where the radius of presence is, which about 3 leagues ago got halved in its radius, and presence is actually super fucking garbage now. But that was like 3 leagues ago. It used to be double this, but it was double this in radius, so not like twice as far out. It was double it in area rather, not radius. What the fuck is that? How did you pin that? Oh, you can pin anything. So if you press Alt while you're looking, and it gives you all the prefix and suffixes that you can see the tiers on, a little pin appears in the corner. And you can pin that, and then you can stop holding Alt and click and drag it around and do whatever you like. And then you can even do it with these tooltips. And you're like, oh, what does accuracy mean? And when you press Alt, a little pin appears, and you can press the pin and drag that around. And you can be like, oh, what does physical mean? You can press that pin and drag that around. And you can actually have as many things as you want on your screen at once. You just fucking put them wherever you want. Yep. They're like 3-year-old stuff for some reason. The fuck? I promise they're not relevant anymore. Hey, with a +3 million alloy. that was that your one that I stole? That was a Wanda, right? Yeah, Wanda with the Tom Isley thing. Yeah, I fucking yoinked the shit out of that
Jonathan
one.
Rogers, game director.
That was ages ago. Okay, what is this?
On Path of Exile 2. 2 will be free to play for the weekend. And for the first time, we have a 50% off sale if you want to buy a key. If you've been waiting for the right time to jump in, this is it. Players on PC, Steam, Epic, and Xbox will get 3 days of free access to our biggest update yet, as well as a new league, the Runes of Elder. By playing Runes of Elder during the free weekend, you'll also be able to earn some cosmetics for your character.
Cosmetics
In the
free.
league, you'll carve powerful runes into ancient remnants. But why stop there? Reach Clearfell Encampment to unlock the Ezomite Rune Scars character skin.
So
It covers your
immediately.
character in bloody runic markings.
Self-harm the MTX? Okay.
Inspired
sure.
by Ezomite ritual traditions. Probably best not to attempt this one in real life though. Themed around the gothic atmosphere of the Chapel of the Fallen in Ogham Manor, the Candlemass portal effect transforms your portal into one befitting the living rite.
Yo, the candle
A worthy
portal looks
reward
cool.
for those who can defeat Count Geonor at the end of Act 1.
Oh, and it's free.
These microtransactions are purely cosmetic and do not
Sweet.
affect your character's power in any way. We hope you enjoy the Return of the Ancients, and we'll see you on May 29th.
Is it gonna make people not I want to do it more? Neither.
The path to
I can tell you what it's gonna do. It's gonna make people who have had problems with that in the past giggle a little bit because it's a little bit funny, and it's gonna make nosy it's gonna make some nosy white women who have never had that problem upset on your behalf, even though they shouldn't be. Anyway, yeah, somebody's gonna be upset on the behalf of people, but the people who are really have that are just not gonna, it's not gonna bother them. Palm felt way better than me. Yep. All right, so I need to do something. And it's like 10, I think, and they all love it. Yeah. I love those. Like, mind your own fucking business, lady. Nobody gives a shit. If I've offended you directly, mention it, say something about it, complain. There's lots of shit I don't know that maybe I should do better. If you're offended on behalf of somebody else, go fuck yourself. I don't give a shit. Fuck off. That's the other half of that is if I've upset and offended you, call me and we'll talk about it. And if you don't have my number, oh well. Oh well. All right, so anyway, what do I do with these I'm not happy with any of these filters, by the way. There's a lot of shit talking I'll do about America, but that particular thing is not America. It's just a small group of really loud people who are just like on the internet far too much and have nothing going on in their own lives. That's just a small little group of people. Okay. So I just don't like this. I don't like this at all. I'm upset with this. Not because I don't like these colors. I don't even mind the colors. It's just that, like, how do I tell what this even is? Like, that's the same color as that. That's the same color. There's a breach precursor tablet and a forked spear are the same. Like, what the fuck is this? No, I don't like it at all. I don't like it at all. And then calls a day for the best of the league. What am I missing out on? A lot. Using like 10 colors. That's what I want to solve. I run this filter and I don't know what's on the ground based on the color. I don't know if I'm picking up a good unique or a currency item or a tablet or a fucking, like, what am I getting here? And I should be able to. I should just know what's going on by the color. And so we're gonna sit here and fix it. Not there. Advanced, no. Themes. See, that's the thing is, I don't know if we need this many different colors. For instance, right? For instance, you can use different colors, right? They can be like different colors. But like this and this are different colors. But if these are both currency, like this, anything in the, like, for instance, I'm just saying, like, for instance, everything in like a blue could be a currency, right? And you could have the little ones that are like, hey, if I'm next to this, I might pick it up. It's like a small stack of transmutes or something. And then like, oh, the larger ones are like, I might take a few steps to pick that up. It's maybe a few alts or something. And then the ones that are a heavy blue are like, you should be grabbing those unless, like, you should be grabbing those unless you're in a really big hurry. And then there could be like one that's a big solid more blue that's the same. Pick those up. Those are the good ones. But that should all be one color, just like slightly heavier, right? Realistically, what should be happening is sometimes I might pick this up if it's next to me. That should just go off. Just don't pick those up. Right? Like, get rid of that. And then have, like, you know, less. But like, for instance, what is that? Like, what is that? Like, what? There's so many colors. Yeah, they can be in the same like color family is fine, but like, it's too much. There's too much going on here. Like this is just under currency, right? This is just under currency. Now, obviously this is fine, right? S tier, great, that's fine. And it's also fine that this shares a tier with S tier uniques and other things, right? Big, white, huge, doesn't have to be category oriented. This is the big drop, right? Anything worth a divine or more, straight on the floor. Ding, big drop, fine, right? Right, big drop, fine. This, everything you should cross the screen for, could be its own slightly heavier color, right? But then what I see is this, and this should all look the same and should either just be on or off. And then maybe scrolls and shards would be like a faded version of those, and those go off really early, right? A faded version of the same color though. You didn't see no matter what. Well, perfect exalted orb, armor, scrap. So I don't think I would pick up C no matter what. If I'm busy and it's on the other side of the screen, I might not pick that up, but I don't want to hide it. So like this is where I would draw that line, right? So I go why are these a different color then? We will look at the other things, but why are these a different color? If this is always pick up and this is always pick up, I don't want them to be divine tier, because that has to be a special thing. But if this is always pick up and this is always pick up, then always pick up and currency should just be the same. Just pick up currency. That should just be the color of currency I want to pick up. And then a faded out or smaller version of the same thing in the same like color palette could be the, I just want to pick this up if I'm next to it, but I wouldn't cross the screen for it. But like the same color, but like a bit faded out, right? You want the ding? Well, I'm saying I want the ding. I want this. And I could maybe even make an argument for this one potentially staying like a more poppy version. But then everything else becomes the same. Like, why are there 5, 6 different versions of in just the currency tab alone? There's 5 colors. I'm building a fucking rainbow on just currency. That's crazy. Look at the unique tab. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's nothing in that right now, but like, let's just put something in there so it turns on. Oh, that's the same color. Okay, cool. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 different colors of the... Why? How many different colors do I really need for uniques? I need S tier. Right? And then you probably want A tier, always pick up, always good. And then everything else, same color, except the top multi-bases, the one that you don't want to pick up normally, but you want to look at every one of. Those should be a separate color. That's 3 total. Why are there 5 here? Why are there 5 here? That's 2 more colors than what we need. Right? Do you usually turn off C? Also, I hate that this is B and C together, but that's fine. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, just make this say B tier and then make this C tier instead. Yeah, we'll have a look at other themes in a minute. I'm just going over what I don't like specifically, like what's bugging me, right? It's 2D, but B and C are together, right? Okay, let's have a look at what the other. The thing is, I do like it to be a bright, like a color. Like I don't want everything muted like this. All right, global filter styles. So we've got mythic and dark mode and zen. What is dark mode? Show me that. I mean, it's better in like the way of like it's using less colors, but I still don't love that. What does Zen look like? Ew. Ew. I'm gonna look at it anyway. Man, that's making my fucking augments and transmutes look pretty fucking important, isn't it? Ew. You know, I like pink as a color. This is potentially the worst pink color I've ever seen. And I like pink. I think pink's a cool color. That ain't it. That's not a good pink. It's a muted hot pink. Like hot pink that's been watered down. I don't like it. This transmute looks more important than this pink. Okay, so our best starting point is probably just to start from either normal or dark mode, right? Okay. You should want to do that. Yeah. I want to actually see just a fresh one that's on dark mode. Normal. No. Normal's so bad though. When I click over to yeah, I don't know. I think normal's very ugly. Too awkward to support both. Honestly, it used to be so much easier to support multiple filters than it is now. Neversync they made it significantly harder to maintain multiple strictnesses of filters than it used to be. So I think I like dark mode the most. Mostly just because everything, well, almost everything is like properly in a color theme. It probably requires the least amount of work. And these are deleted, so we don't need to worry about that tier anymore. But see how these are like, they're actually of that orange, but just faded out. We follow the filter with all the updates, but if you or others make it public, do I just automatically update once set up? So if you're following a filter in game, like my filter for instance, or anybody else's, you will know it's set up correctly because it will be in blue. If it is in blue, I will have to delete a bunch of these, there's too many. But if it is in blue, you will automatically get an update anytime you log in. And if you watch the person update it and you want to get the update, you will have to hit the little refresh button here or log out and log in again. Right? That's it. That's all you'll have to do. Sometimes if I update the filter like twice quickly, sometimes there's like a 5 or 10 minute delay before it properly updates, but you can always tell because it'll tell you when the latest version was right there. And it'll always get automatically updated, right? When I push my update, right, it'll just happen for you. Here's what I hate though. Hold on. Filtered blade. It's 3:45 a.m. I mean, that'll just be the last time I updated it, but I think it gives me like Greenwich Mean Time or something. It doesn't tell me my local time. Here's the bit that I hate. When I go back to PoE 1, I like my filters on PoE 1. There are not very many colors. I think I could relax with the maps now that the maps have changed. But like, there's not very many different colors happening on PoE 1. And they're all sort of in the same, see what I mean? That they're all in the same like color palette. You know, for things like kind of changes and new metas and stuff. Yep. But like there's technically 3 different colors here. But like not really though, right? Like if you see a blue like this, you know that's currency. And if it gets a big thick border, you know that's important currency. But like that's it. It's just that's the color of currency on the ground. If it's faded, you don't have to bother walking over to it if you're not there. If it's not convenient, and if it's not faded, you want to pick it up. And that's it. Whereas even this one, a bit too much of a change, bit too much of a... I wonder if I can copy and paste my settings from one to the other. I bet I can't. Let me copy. Paste. Nope, damn. Damn. It doesn't let me paste. It doesn't let me copy and paste. I could like manually copy all my PoE 1 filter settings, but I'd have to do it one thing at a time, and that would be very annoying. And do a simple replace for the whole thing. Yeah, but then you can't export it to an auto updating thing. Like if I pull it off the website, it becomes easy to batch replace stuff, but then I can't give it to other people very easily. Oh, hello, buddy. Come on up. Hello. Hello. Hey. This is not sausage. This is a different dog. This one's name is Lucille. Hello, Lucille. Oh, there you go. There you go. Alright, gone. That's a weird ass dog name. It is. We didn't name it. Designed for the filters. And they both look at me. You can tell what I mean. Alright, fuck it. Let's go. Yeah, go back. So if I just load up my old one, I keep all of my changes. I revert some of them because I just go back to standard tiering. Standard colors. Would I put up with these colors? It's just very... yeah, and I don't like it. See, these are the colors I like, but they're all split wrong. They're all split so wrong. Okay, in that case, what I really need to do is set up a module for my colors, same as I do on PoE 1. So that I just have a module that I can apply, right? The colors are the worst bit. The rest of it is all stuff I can do. The colors is the worst bit. Right. So this is the look you want for currency to start with. So let's keep that one there, right? Because presumably if I go over here and I copy from one, right? Surely I can paste in another window. Right? It doesn't even let you do that. Oh no. It doesn't even let you go copy, paste. That's the worst. Ah, okay. Sure. Notepad plus plus time. I'm gonna need a notepad. New. Filter color profile. Over there. You added a U to color? I'm pretty sure I spelt color right. I mean, color was, I don't know, 75% of my job for 15 years. I'm gonna say I spelt it correctly. Americans removed the U. Yeah, but only them. Like, only them though. Just make shit up. I mean, fair. Okay, so this is the color we want. This is the color we want. So these are just white, right? B white, B white. Background. That now has to be copied right here. When will PoE2 be free? As soon as it like actually officially launches, which we think will be the end of this year. There we go. Oh, I still haven't listened to that. No. Do you think the American is like in color and cancelled? It's because the American paper is charged by letter instead of by space and size. You know, I didn't know that, and I don't 100% know if that is true or not, but it sounds quite believable. It sounds quite believable. Okay, see now this particular one. So currency feels okay to have 3 colors. So we've got, this is how I'm thinking. Stay with me. Obviously S tier. stays like this, right? And then everything under that gets this blue theme that's almost the same. These two get the white highlight around them because they're better, and they technically are a slightly more poppy blue, but it's the same blue the whole way down. We just turn shit off. As we get further along, we just turn shit off. Currency. A tier obviously needs to be changed to something else, right? Which could almost be that purple. Normal currency. I'm keeping all of these things in a text document. A tier currency. Right, and so if we go here, oh, not there, there, and I go like that. This only is greater chaos and perfect exalt annulment, that sort of thing. Slightly different color. I mean, it's a bit more than slightly, but that's intentional. Now the question is, do you change this to also be this kind of blue in just currency only? Honestly, I don't see a difference between B tier and C tier. This is, I'm going to pick up. I don't see any reason for that to be any different. They can just be copies of each other. If there's a time at which I wouldn't pick up something here, but would pick up something here, then that just means I'm going to turn this tier off. But I don't know if I need to make a distinction between them ever. Like greater regals and exalted orbs, or gem cutter prisons and chance orbs, I'm picking them up. Right? Like I'm picking them up. Just gonna copy that real quick and see how that looks if I change. See, that looks fine too. This is the only one that stands out, and it needs to not, that stands out too much. I need to do something different there. Because this is more important currency you should be excited about, but not quite like it's a, yes, fucking perfect exalted orb. Yes, fracture orb maybe, or something, like whatever. Right? Something different here though. Purple's wrong. All my currency is blue. So something's off. Like this should be closer to this, but different though. No, you can't do purple text. Look what happens as soon as you do any like colored text. I mean, you can almost get away with it being yellow. Wait, you can almost actually get away with it being yellow. Hold on. Is that better? I don't think these ever need to have a sound, even on the earliest filter, or an icon or a thing. These don't exist. I can always fine tune this shit later, but as a general, like just looking at currency. Oh, white instead of yellow. I mean, I don't think you can do that because like, look at what happens when you put purple on blue. That's horrendous. I can't see that. Yeah, well, I did. Yeah, that's terrible. And I think the same kind of problem happens with any version of pink that you do, right? I mean, I guess pink's a little bit better than purple there, but I mean, yeah, you can just pull this, right? You can just pull that. Oh no, that's strength. You can pull that over. It just doesn't feel different enough when you do that. Maybe that's just too far. But the lesser ones being more of a gray. Ooh. Pink colors would go wrong. I don't really use AI for anything. Is that enough of a like pop difference? Almost. Kinda. Disco isn't dead, instead it turns out that it just got small. Oh, that might be way better. It's almost the same color the whole way down, and we're just sort of graying out the text a little bit to make it know whether it's a less important or more important thing. C, D, and E are all the same. C, D, and E are all the same. They literally are all the same. The only ones that should be any different, yeah, if I minimize them all again, right? Everything there is the same. These two just have the border on them. They're slightly more important. This is good currency you will cross screens to get, and these are tier 1s. So you should only see 3 variants of almost the same thing. Right? Really good. Chaos orbs and shit you want to pick up. These two are the same tier as far as I'm concerned. Right? And then these ones which are less important. Because the dot is a different color. Well, it's also, the A is definitely a lot more poppy, but maybe it needs to be even more so, but in blue still. Like we go over like this. Okay. No. Hold on. You can't just make them pull out. You can't just pull out more of that because it gets a little too transparent. But maybe we can go like this way with it to make it like significantly less blue, but still look like a blue. Still not quite enough, is it? Here's a better idea. Why do these need dots, the lower ones? D, E, and below. Like, do they need dots? Like, I could still have them have their beams, but do they need dots at all? I feel like that's actually the play. Right? Unimportant currency we still want to pick up if we're near it. Right? If you're near it, you still want to pick this up, especially early. Like, I'm not going to pass up on a lesser jeweler orb or an alchemy when I first get to maps. But also these will get re-tiered as well at the beginning. Like, this tier will get re-tiered to beginning of league stuff, so more shit will be in higher tiers and whatnot. But, you know, unimportant currency, but I would pick it up if I was next to it. And it can still have the beam, so that you can tell there's a pile there, or that it's right next to you, or if it's like done that weird thing where it puts the tooltip off screen, you know, to like press Z and then click on the ground right where that beam is. But it just doesn't need a dot, right? Like, it just doesn't need a dot. By the same token, it doesn't need to be dinging at me. It doesn't need a sound or a dot. It just needs to show up. I would pick all of these up if they were under my feet, right? But then you get here, it's a little more pronounced, but also it has a ding. It has a dot. It's important. The dot turns yellow. It gets even more punchy when it's like a good one. And then obviously the ding for S tier. What is here? What's the rating? Do you want to separate the B and D tier dot color? No, they're the same. I want to merge them into the same tier, but that's too annoying. So it's easier to just copy the tier settings. Like, they're not the same in the form of like how much currency they're worth, right? Like, they're not the same in the form of how much currency they're worth, but that doesn't matter, really. I mean, it does, but it doesn't matter when it comes to filter colors, because when it comes to filter colors, the answer is, will I go around a ledge to pick that up, or will I not go around a ledge to pick that up, right? And that's the only there's only like 3 categories of things in the game when it comes to filters. Always pick this up, be super excited about it, this is great. I would cross the screen to pick that up, it's good enough. I will pick it up under my feet if it's convenient to do so, and I have room in my inventory. That's everything else should be hidden, right? Like, there's only 3. I'm not counting ding sounds. Obviously the dings are gonna stay dings all the time. We don't count them. They're always dings. This is great. A mirror drops, a divine drop, a fucking whatever. These are dings. They drop. They're great. Fantastic. Those stay. They're separate. Other than that, there's only 3 things. Okay, now the question is, now that I've done that, can I okay, now how do I get someone else to test if this module works? Because I've only done currency right now. Oh, I changed it back and it's gone. What is that? What? Oh, no, hang on. I changed back tabs, not things. Never mind. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't freak out. It's fine. Same here with socketables. They don't need to do this. This is ridiculous. Why do I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Why do I need 7 different colors for socketables? There's no way. There's just too many rules here, man. Like, there's just too many rules. So I love this in theory, right? Like this is good. Currency right there, great. But then you've got to do socketables, campaign currency, unique, chancing items, gems, lineage gems, even though they should be under gems. But then you've also got all of the waystones, all the tablet-like things, all the salvageable stuff, campaign gear, jewels. It's so much. Someone got all their void stones on a divine retribution jug. Okay. Better slug through it now than be upset at it after launch. I mean, fair. In that case, can anyone who knows what they're doing, see if you can find this test color change module and just apply it to a filter? Because it has to be someone who's not logged into me. And just see if it sets up currency good. We've only done the currency tab, so you just apply it to a fresh filter and then be like, yep, it worked. Really, you named it something easy to find. I mean, you can just look for BalorMage, right? Really, your full fucking name to find it? BalorMage. I don't know if that's incredibly arduous to type. I'm gonna be honest. Oh my god, no way. It needs the thing and everything. I mean, I will rename the bitch. Oh no, I can't rename the bitch? What? Wait, what is this button? Oh yeah, I can rename it. Cool. What I didn't know is that you can share via link a module. I didn't know that that was a thing. But there, I can make that way easier. Apparently, share via link is an option. I was unaware. Okay, so socketables. Let's start with the other important things. Uniques, right? Like currency and uniques are the two most important things. Applies fine to a fresh filter. Fantastic. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Surprisingly enough, I'm kind of okay with uniques almost exactly how they are. We should always make high variety boss drops a little transparent and a little small because they're boss drops, and we just always do that. That's the look of multi-bases, which is fine. This is the look of almost every unique you'll see in the game that doesn't matter. I'm kind of fine with the uniques looking how they look. The only thing I wonder is, will it look horrible if I make this the unique color instead of being red, but still white? No, that's fine. I mean, other than that, uniques themselves, kind of fine, right? I'll just put something in here so it shows up real quick. Yeah, that's the same as that, which will be early game uniques. That's fine. Low value gets turned off after like the first day. Why are you doing this rule by rule? Because the fucking global filter themes don't tell me in the PoE 2 version what they do. It just says S tier 14 times. Okay. So did all the S tier drops look exactly the same? A is just times 6. What are they? What are they? Like, what are they all? I don't know what any of that stuff is, so I can only kind of go through it like this. There's legacy ones, which do those things, but they're just no good. You should be able to know what the next season is in 5. The passions drop. The what? Sorry? We know what the next season is. We've had the full announcement of everything. Available filters. Oh no, I'm dealing with like filter coloring for my own personal filters, not setting up the whole the filter. Wanna be who I couldn't say I'd ever been. Until the day of, to be honest. Yep. Setting up the actual filters is something I do the morning of league start. I'm trying to figure out how to set up my entire color scheme to not be terrible, because I hate the current color scheme. I don't. This is the current one over here, and it's just like, even just in currency there's like 7 different colors. Like uniques is like a fucking rainbow. Like I don't want the no. I think you're making it twice as hard. Please tell me how to make it easier. By not applying a normal theme first to the filter. Why would this make it easier? This is the normal one. There's 6 colors in normal in currency again. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7 different colors in here. I don't understand. I don't understand why that would be any different at all. Are we going on? No, it's not. Then as a rare item in PoE 2. Do we even have original sin in PoE 2? Color not red. I mean, white is the best color. That's what all the tanks are. I've got currency in blue. Uniques are just kind of fine. Anyway, that doesn't matter. No, that's all fine. Now, how do I make these good? See, the thing about socketables is that they're almost just currency. Almost. Oh man. I'd have to do all of those in the thing as well. I think this is literally like too much. I have to figure out how to do this from here. I have to figure out how to do it from here. Like, how do I know what's gonna... Man, PoE 1's filter blade is set up so much better, I think. I think it's so much better. I've seen Fub's filter. I don't love it. Although he has done a good job with his color schemes being like relatively simple and joined together. But like, I still don't love it. before I get rid of this, up. Oh, I don't want to follow it from here. I just want to see what his filter looks like on Filter Blade. There. Let's just look at his fucking early mapping one. I just want to see what it looks like, that's all. That looks like he's done nothing. Yeah. Kind of looks like he's done nothing. What the fuck? No, to the color scheme. To the color scheme. Right? There are a lot of changes, but like, yeah, that's fine. That's 95% of people that would change way too quick for. Way too quick, right? He's going to be changing into strict filters while the majority of people are still in the fucking campaign. like I couldn't, if I was like just making filters for me, there would just be one filter and I would just update it quickly into stricter versions as I wanted. But that's not like good for others. That's just, yeah, it looks like he's done nothing about the color scheme. He hasn't cared about the color scheme at all, just the strictness. Functionality, which is fine, right? Like there's nothing wrong with that. He's fucking hidden everything, so it doesn't matter that it's a rainbow vomit. Everything's hidden, so you don't have to worry about that. You don't see all those colors. And in the same color scheme forever. I mean, it's just the default color scheme. He hasn't changed anything. This is just, he's done nothing. So it is still the same rainbow vomit on everything that we're trying to fix here. It's just that what he does is hide everything super quickly, which at your speed is fine. And so you don't have to put up with like the rainbow vomit all over your screen because everything's off. Like presumably by like day 2, like you're just not picking up, you're not seeing any of the stuff anymore. But he hasn't actually fixed that problem. Well, he has, but he hasn't directly fixed that problem, right? He just turns everything off. but evidently, even though you use on the floor, changing currency is probably enough. Yeah, maybe maps and fragments, and but also perhaps the more important part is like the campaign stuff, right? But that's just campaign currency. See, catalysts and emotions and omens, I could just leave. And essences kind of fall under that same category. You see things that make a sound. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's just too much of everything dropping now on PoE 1. It's just fucking ding 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 ding. Okay. Gems and skill gems are fine. Yeah, I noticed that during the PoE 1 league start that like way more was dropping than normal, and I was just getting like too many sounds at my ears. And I want at least when I hear a sound to be like, yes, I will pick that up. Right? Like, yes, I would like to pick that up, not just fucking constant. It has the opposite effect. If too many things have sounds, it has the opposite effect. You start to ignore the sound. At which point it might as well be off. You're ignoring it. A rule you want to change, right? Oh, yeah, I know. I saw that. Like it tells you which one. I saw that. But that comes with the same problem of his S tier is just S tier. And so your unique, your currency, your best in slot omen, your charm, your everything that drop is just all the same. And then his A tier is just A tier. Right? And so too many different things that should be different look the same. Wait, you can change the theme for that? Oh, that's way better. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. Yo, that's how you're supposed to do it. What? Okay, that makes things so much less overwhelming. So I can set all the colors I want in the theme properly and then just select each individual rule to go to the theme that I want it to go to. And so most things won't have to change, and the things that are overlapping that I don't think should overlap don't have to. Okay, that is far less overwhelming of an amount of things to do. Ooh, excuse me. Okay, hang on. I'm around water. I need to pee and fill up my water bottle. That becomes significantly easier. Okay. Now I'm interested. Okay. Okay. Renewed vigor. Good catch. Thank you. I'll be back in just a moment. Okay. Okay, let's see if I can do this then. Bit to blade. Not my module. Themes, global filter themes. So. Yes. Alright, so I'm going to copy the shit I've already done into the filter area. Into the theme area. But that's okay. Starting yet? Totems of some kind? So how many different colors do we have here? 1, 2, 3, and then obviously the S tier. So I only really need A, B, and C for currency. That's kind of it, right? So like A, for instance, grabs this, and then I change that one. Honestly, you can keep the red, that's fine. So if I just do that, it doesn't tell me how many rules it changed, but it should change. It did change that one. And there it also changed. Remember I said, damn it, socketables are basically currency. They should follow the same thing. And then I was like, fuck, I gotta do it all again. Nope. Okay. Love it. Love it. Ooh. And then the third and least important becomes this. Does not get a border. Is to change the rune colors. What do you mean rune colors? Like the color of runes that drop? Sure. Of course. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do that here. Right? So, A, B, and C is all there is now. So when we go over to customize, right? A, that one's B. This one, also B. This one, C. This one, C. This one, dead, gone tomorrow, but C. This one, C. And now when I go, oh man, all the C's, they all have dots on them. They shouldn't. Cool. Over here, no sound. Oh, that's D. Hold on. No sound. No dot. Probably keep your beams, but no sound and no dot. And so we go back over to customize. Ta-da! No sound and no dot. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. And then when we go over to socketables, oh, look at that. The color's already changed. Fantastic. You go to C as well. And you go to C as well. And you go to C as well. I'm gonna fire on the beams for C tier. So before you do that, just remember that I probably by the end of day 1 we're already turning off lower tiers in here, but they all maintain the same color. So I might want we'll use currency for example. I might still want my beams on Regals, Vals, Alchemies so that I know that they're there, but perhaps I've turned off by the start of day 2 all of these. They're just not there. It is, but that's why I got rid of the icon and the sound, but I still have them show up. And there's still a beam. The reason I like the beams is because way too often shit drops weirdly and you have to like hit Z and like click on the ground where it is. And the beam helps you do that. That being said, if we play with it for a little bit and we like, those beams are annoying, I don't have to go turn them all off individually. If you're right and we decide to get rid of it, I just go in here and fucking untick C and then it's fixed, right? So I don't need to worry about that now, but if you're correct and I have to change it, well, then I'll just change it, right? Now, why are you guys all different? Because you're custom. Why? See, Wisdom Scrolls later act. Okay. Lesser Jewelers in the campaign. B tier. Important. Regal's Artificers and Essences in the campaign. B tier. Important. Transmutes and Augments. Do you... in the campaign... maybe. Maybe those aren't B. Maybe those are A. And those are A. And Transmutes and Augments in the campaign are B. Specifically in the campaign. I think Wisdom Scrolls can be left, like in Act 1, I'll just make them big, but they can just be left gray as fuck. Like that. It's fine. Same, you get A. And you get B. Because in the campaign, these starter socketables are important and we want to pick them up. That's so much easier! Holy fuck. How do I change those without... I have to like... I have to put something in it to be able to change it. There we go. Changed. Easy. Have returned home. Well, welcome back. Okay, now breach catalysts on the other hand. Those probably shouldn't look like raw currency. Should they? Is there a reason for breach catalysts to look any different than normal currency? Well, no, everything's random colors, and so I didn't know what I'm picking up, but things like emotions, socketables, currency, they're all kind of just currency. Whereas uniques and chance spaces and gems and all that sort of shit. Tag, fragment tab has a theme, etc. Like, maybe, but I have a hard time separating like the importance of an essence from the importance of an alchemy or whatever. But fragments, on the other hand, very different. Right? Fragments, on the other hand, very different. This is weird. Okay, what is this? Like, what is this rule? Like, show me the item that's showing up under these rules right here. Exotics. Exotics. Not exceptionals. Are these exotics? They are. High over-socketed or over-quality bases. I mean, that's kind of fine. They're super rare and they should be very weird looking. Gear jewel magic breach rings? No, that's not. You're not getting that. Okay, let's go to gear. Let's go look at gear. Right, weapons and armor. Sure, that's crazy. The gear highlight drop 2. Right, so they're magics. And bottom being the highest here? No? Non-tiered rares are like the worst. Inside the category. Oh, yes. Yes. So like these are the worst. Those are better. These are the best on this category. Sure. And 2-1 the highest. Oh, yeah, right? Because the gear that drops on the floor still says tier 5 is the highest tier, right? This is the gear that drops where it says in brackets tier 2, tier 3, tier 5. Those are still backwards. Tier 1 is not the best. Tier 5 is. Okay, so fragments are fucking hideous. But let's look at gear first. I feel like currency is like 80% of the work, which is just super easy now that you can do themes. Now that I learned the theme thing, currency is like 80% of the shit you see. And most of the other 20 is just in the gear tab. So I want to get the gear tab right. Right? Normal bases that show up, all just trash, white, gear, unstyled. Fine. Easy. Magic. So like, why even have different? Okay. After applying the global stuff, yeah. So how am I supposed to tell if it's a magic item or a rare item? So this one, for instance, exotic C tier, exotic C tier. How are they the same? What? So, identified mods being weird is fine. Corruptions having these is fine. These ones are also fine. They're incredibly rare, incredibly good shit. These two are basically the same fucking thing. And they need to be different. So C and D and B are all very, very, very similar. Like this is just the same one with the background. Okay. So those are the 3 that need to change. Oh God. Except those are the same as well. Which ones are the ones we want to fuck with? Okay, so PoE2, it's way more important to be picking up. You'd rather pick up a magic item that was like tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, rather than a rare item that had no tier on it, right? Like, magic items actually matter. It's more important that it has a high tier roll. I mean, crafting's dead. Yeah, it's not though. We'll be fine. Right, so exotic B tier. This is the good jewelry. Exotic B tier is the good jewelry, but gear / jewelry 1 is the decent jewelry that's still good but not multi-tiered. So those two need to be closer to the same thing. So let's have a look at my PoE1 filter real quick and have a look at the gear tab there and see what that looks like. So that's what my gear looks like. My jewelry gear looks like. With regular gear looking like that. See, I like this for my gear. I think that's actually quite good. I like that purple gear. It's also very easy. It's just one thing. So let's say this should look like that, which is gear / jewelry 1. So we go over to themes and I look for gear / jewelry 1. Gear, jewelry 1. But that's not what that looked like. Is that what that looks like? That's not that. 7508. 7508. What the fuck? That doesn't look the same to me. Ah, fuck me, it is the same. So if I take this one and I make it purple with the yellow text that comes from here. It might be the one above that. Yeah, it is. Ta-da! Why does that one show up as custom? Someone just posted crafting is saved. Where? Right, and gear / tiered jewelry. Okay, so we essentially should have 3 different kinds of things for gear. One is the trash gear, which should get turned off pretty early, that stays this generic color. One is the jewelry, or the second most important is the good jewelry, any decent jewelry, which should show up in a color we pick up early and that gets hidden later. And then the third one should be like this, but way better. That tells me that it's good jewelry that's also high tier. All crafted modifiers are now guaranteed, but items can only have 1 crafted modifier. Desecrated modifiers no longer count as crafted modifiers, but items are also limited to 1 desecrated modifier. That's fine, I guess. So you can have 1 crafted and 1 desecrated modifier. I mean, that's 2 of your 6 modifiers, or on everyone's amulet, 2 of your 4 modifiers that you can essentially guarantee. And you can fracture a third. So you're talking about half of your item being something you can guarantee. I mean, I don't hate that. Tiered jewelry. There you are. Just copy that one real quick because I want to take that, put it there, change this to yellow, and then change the text color back to that one. Yes. Game's not even, is it 1.0? I think I'm okay being able to force half of the affixes at once. Alright? That doesn't seem too bad. It does not seem too bad. Or 75% of your affixes if it's your new amulets. Right? Means you have to get one mod. Which, like, presumably you can also, like, chaos spam into a single mod, right? Like, if you fracture something specifically, you could annul down to one mod and then chaos spam that one mod and then essence and desecration. So your amulet might be saved easily. No, you can't have any. Okay, so that looks significantly better. So tiered jewelry or jewelry 1. Okay, so now if I go back over to custom, right? Now, why are you listed as exotic B tier? What else does that one? So if I take that, there's no reason for them to do anything other than tiered jewelry. Okay, that should be. Current rule all mods. Yeah, it's fine. Now that's the color of regular gear we don't really care about, but not the good jewelry. Tiered jewelry there again as well. In-game jewelry. Maybe I got one question. Is using Tame Beast on a Witch Infernalist minion build a good idea? Probably not. No, probably not. Tamed beasts take a percentage of spirit rather than a flat amount. And so on your typical minion build, you're getting the most amount of spirit you can possibly get so that you can have a buttload of minions. Whereas Tame Beast becomes a companion, and companions are percentage spirit based. So if you've stacked up, you know, 400 spirit, and then you suddenly use 40% of it on a companion, then you've actually lost like nearly half of your army to do so, right? Whereas if you're exclusively a companion build, you don't have to stack a lot of spirit. You have to stack reduced spirit cost so that you can get a bunch of them, but you don't actually have to have a lot of spirit to do it because it's all percentage based. Morning. They'll actually be quite a bit better this league than in the past. So nothing on them changed. They're just as strong as they always have been. But the new breach specific minion rings will give you, well, not just rings, jewelry will give you some better scaling avenues. The thing you should look out for the most is you can get up to, on a ring, up to 100 or an amulet, up to 100% chance for surpassing projectiles, which is essentially just one extra projectile. You want 2 of those, hopefully, so that you go from 1 projectile to 3 projectiles. There will also be other things like increased cast speed, minion damage, things like that. You want as much as that as you can get, but the surpassing projectiles is the most important bit. They are amulets with the 100 spirit auras. Plus minions is the best scaling twice over, because not only does it give them more base damage, but non-companion minions, your regular kind of minions, not the companions, also lose reservation cost as they level. So the higher level they are, the less spirit they cost. For some reason we've done it that way. And so not only do you get more powerful minions, you get more powerful minions, right? feel like there needs to be a little bit more difference between the good jewelry and the bad jewelry, because bad's a strong word, but it's way less of a nerf than it was an hour ago when they had desecrated items still counting as crafted items, as crafted modifiers, and so you could only have one or the other. That was a decently sized nerf. That one you read is the updated patch note where they went, oh wait, actually that is too far. You could actually have a desecrated modifier and an essence modifier. Much better. Remember, you can also fracture, so that's 3 out of 4 or 3 out of 6 things that you can guarantee. Plus, once you have something fractured, you could easily chaos roll one more roll on it. So now you're talking about being able to relatively easily guarantee 4 out of 6 mods. So I think you'll be fine. Is it a nerf though? Yes, but I think you'll be fine. It is definitely a big nerf to those weapons, but those weapons specifically was something like you would just, you know, you just like roll or chaos spam for like a single modifier, and then you just be like, boom, I'm done. I got my one modifier, and you just guarantee the entire rest of the weapon. And I guess they don't want that in this game, so alright, now we have a bit of a problem, which is magic stuff looks fucking weird. Now, you don't necessarily want magic stuff to look, well, no, okay, we need one more thing here. Maybe that one also needs a border that matches. Ooh, no, that kind of looks horrible. Oh, just like that, actually. Maybe we also need that to be, no, that's fine. See how that looks over here. Yeah, that's a pretty stark difference between those two. So that one should be that one. And then this one should be that one. Okay. A unicorn? I mean, I don't like that. I don't like that. Are the default loot filters from Filter Blade good enough? Yeah, they're good enough. We don't get full updates from Filter Blade until one day before launch. Why do it now? Because what I'm doing now is the color scheme settings, not the actual filter itself. I've been displeased with both Neversink's default color themes and also the color themes that I've been using. I'm just not happy with either of them, and it's a lot of work to fix them. But we're trying. The 1 minute YouTube video of a Deadeye Twister build looks ridiculous. I did not, but I've seen a few Deadeye Twister builds. They've looked really good. I'm surprised it made it through, to be honest. They're not doing anything to Twister? I mean... But you don't mean they couldn't nerf it, you mean like... we're releasing stuff for that this time. Like... Which yeah, fair enough. Half of the pre-recorded footage was Twister. There. But like Twister and like Ice Shot not getting touched, both of those, crazy. Although we shouldn't be surprised, because Deadeye always makes it through unscathed. Every time. Just become a Deadeye enjoyer. You'll have fun every league. Were you here right at the beginning of stream, Diggs? Shad's linked a new build I'd never seen before. And it looked great. And I was like, whoa, wait, hang on. And I don't mean like it's a slight variation or like, no, he's playing this as a Pathfinder or something. Like, no, a different build. A different mechanic. A different interaction. A different build. Which... I'm gonna watch it again because more people are here since then. Hold on. Yeah, phase place.
Phase Plays here with a build guide for a brand new build.
It might not actually be new. Well, I mean, it's not one of the like 3 or 4 things I've seen 100 of, right? It's like not one of those.
Volcano.
Which is fantastic.
This powerful spellcaster build combines Ball Lightning and Volcano to destroy maps with enormous coverage and annihilate endgame bosses. This build is easily one of the strongest all-rounders this league. It has huge single target damage.
So
Mapping coverage is screen-wide and omnidirectional. Aiming isn't required. Burning Ground lingers and applies large ignites to everything that walks over it. This Burning Ground can even crit. It has enemy explosions through explosive impact and optionally even fiery death. Ball Lightning beams add a substantial amount of damage and also shock everything. This build is perfect for the new league mechanic, Runes of Aldur, along with Expedition, Ritual, Abyss, Breach, and its Sky Hives. To top it all off, it has a low barrier to entry. The only must-have item is Sire of Shards, which is...
I like low barrier of entry for in-game. In-game low barrier of entry. Look, don't worry about what it's gonna do to your frames. The important bit is this is a new build. Like an actually new build.
Is insane for this build. Quill Rain is also recommended, though it's not required. Fire-infused explosions are fantastic and can even shotgun for huge damage. The cons are visual clutter, and Burning Ground can be a bit performance heavy, particularly with Sion's Temper. Recovery is decent, Blasphemy Temporal Chains helps recharge, and Convalescence can top off Energy Shield when needed. If Energy Shield runs out, we have a solid life pool, 25% mitigation, and Life Leech. Mobility is okay, though it can be improved with Lightning Warp if desired. There's an in-depth written guide for this build in the description below. For the mapping playstyle, it's a 2-button build, Frost Bomb and Ball Lightning. First, Frost Bomb generates multiple fire infusions. Then, cast Ball Lightning a few times every couple seconds to blanket areas with burning ground and fire-infused explosions. Then repeat. It's extremely comfortable to map with. Interestingly, the explosions interact with terrain by sticking to walls. These can shotgun. Dragging enemies into tight areas can be an enormous damage boost. For single target, the main damage combo is 2 Volcanoes, Flame Wall, and then 2 Shockwave Totems. More on this later. Let's take a closer look at the various mechanics for this build. Ball Lightning fires slow-moving projectiles that repeatedly zap nearby enemies. Fire infusions make it much stronger. Using Frost Bomb with a short detonation time, plus 2 limit, and Spell Cascade, we very quickly generate multiple fire infusions with Elemental Equilibrium. Then, 1 fire infusion is consumed on each cast. Fire infusions modify Ball Lightning in 4 ways. Orbs decelerate over time until they stop moving. The orbs can stick to walls. Each orb leaves a trail of burning ground that ignites enemies. This ignite has a large base damage, and it can be further scaled by crits. For those that want to focus more on the burning ground, encroaching ground is a great option here. When an orb dissipates, it also explodes for a huge chunk of fire damage. These explosions can shotgun, so it's possible to take advantage of positioning and terrain for more overlaps. Wild Shards 2 or Sion's Temper can elevate this playstyle even further. On top of these mechanics, Ball Lightning beams continue to repeatedly hit enemies and apply shocks. Which playstyle do you prefer? Focusing more on burning ground coverage with more projectile speed and encroaching ground? Or focusing on the explosions with less projectile speed and Sion's Temper? There's an enormous amount of flexibility here. Alright, but what about single target damage? Enter Volcano. Volcano is a channeling spell that places a geyser on the ground that fires projectiles a couple times per second. There are various scaling avenues that we take advantage of to turn this skill into a beast. We go from 1 to 2 volcanoes with overabundance. By lowering the area of effect and projectile speed, projectiles travel less distance, leading to more hits on bosses. These projectiles can chain or bounce from the ground using Ricochet 2 for extra hits. Sire of Shards directly scales the number of projectiles fired from each volley, a huge damage multiplier. Placing a flame wall directly on top of volcanoes grants each projectile a sizable chunk of flat damage. And finally, the last ingredient is Shockwave Totem. When a volcano gets slammed by Shockwave Totem, it releases a volley of projectiles. This turns our volcanoes into rapid-fire machines. Each volcano can only be slammed 10 times before dissipating. Place volcanoes every couple of seconds to maintain maximum damage. Shockwave Totem requires a martial weapon, so our endgame offhand is Quill Rain to take advantage of its high attack speed. For mapping, cast Frost Bomb ahead of you in the direction you're running, then grab any convenient fire infusions as you run by. Then cast Ball Lightning every couple seconds to blanket areas in burning ground and explosions. For every 1 Frost Bomb cast Ball Lightning roughly 3 times. When you encounter a rare enemy, cast Frost Bomb, double Volcano, and then if needed...
Like, it actually looks like it clears, like, well, and does boss damage. Like, the crazy bit is that I'm so impressed that there's a different build I haven't seen. Right? Like, that shouldn't be a surprise. That should be normal.
Double Shockwave Totem. For bossing, the main priority is maintaining elemental weakness, exposure, and sigil of power. After that, start the main damage combo. Double Volcano, Flame Wall, double Shockwave Totem, then double cast Volcano every couple seconds. Ball Lightning will typically apply shock to bosses with decent gear. This build relies on Sire of Shards, so it's not league startable right off the bat. The minimum requirements to start playing this build are Sire of Shards, a 4-link Frost Bomb, Elemental Equilibrium, and Secrets of the Orb on the passive tree. If you don't have Quill Rain, offhand any lower level spear or crossbow with high attack speed and low attribute requirements. If your strength is on the low side, running a low level Shockwave Totem is fine. Sire of Shards is a common unique, so it shouldn't be particularly hard to get. In SSF, the reworked Ritual may be a good option for targeting the staff. On League start, I'd recommend playing Essence Drain with Contagion on an Infernalist or Lich until you get Sire of Shards and then respec to BalorMage. First, we grab Vitality Siphon to offset the life cost of Sanguimancy. Later on, it also allows us to easily convert a big chunk of mana cost to life costs. Second, Sunder the Flesh provides a huge amount of base crit that makes scaling damage and burning ground much easier. Third, Grasping Wounds is a secondary layer of defense in case Energy Shield gets depleted. There are 2 options for the final notable. Crimson Power for a huge chunk of life, which can make life costs easier to manage and provides a bigger pool for life overflow. This also synergizes well with Enhanced the Barrier, or Whispers of the Flesh, which is roughly 18% more damage for bossing, or anything that enters your blasphemy radius. I'd recommend taking Crimson Power first. Later on, if you find the extra life unnecessary, swap to Whispers of the Flesh, drop Enhanced Barrier, and spec into a Zone of Control. For weapon set 2 with Quill Rain, assign it to Frost Bomb, Elemental Weakness, and Shockwave Totem. Assign all other spells to weapon set 1. For Spirit Reservation, early on run Convalescence and Blasphemy Temporal Chains. If you get some extra Spirit on gear, consider adding in Siphon Elements. Late game, aim to fit in Blasphemy, Convalescence, and Elemental Conflux. But there's a lot of flexibility here. Here are some uniques you may want to keep an eye out for. Sire of Shards is mandatory. This is our endgame weapon. Quill Rain is highly recommended. The ideal quiver to go along with this is a primed quiver with attack speed, mana on kill, and life on kill. Prefixes aren't important. At Ziri's Splendor, even with the energy shield nerf, is still a fantastic chest with the right mods. Ingenuity is a great belt if you have good rings. Prism of Belief is excellent if you can get your hands on a +2 or +3 volcano.
I do really like this build, and I'm very impressed by this video. But, just real quick,
Even with the energy shield nerf, is still a fantastic chest with the right mods.
the award for most obvious sentence in any guide ever.
Ingenuity is a great belt if you have good rings.
Right there. Ingenuity is a great belt if you have good rings. You know what I can say? It's a very good video, and the build is great. It seems great, but I just.
Prism of Belief is excellent if you can get your hands on a +2 or +3 Volcano or Ball Lightning. For unique charms, the Nascent Hope, the Fall of the Axe, and Beard's Anguish are all great. Rite of Passage is incredibly strong with the right spirit, but they're incredibly expensive. The priority order here is Stag, Owl, then Boar. Grip of Kulamak is a fantastic ring if you can get at least 3 solid mods. The best mod here is projectiles have a chance to chain an additional time from terrain. Heart of the Well is also very strong with the right mods. Trade search links for these 2 uniques can be found in the written guide. Here are a few quick tips. Drag bosses towards enclosed areas or walls to take advantage of explosion shotguns. The Burning Ground can be demanding on some systems, especially with Sion's Temper. I'd highly recommend DX12 for this build as it's drastically better than Vulcan for Burning Ground performance. Siphon Elements is a great mapping option if you prefer a bit less Frostbomb usage. Consider keeping these gems in your inventory to swap into Ball Lightning depending on the situation. If mana or life costs are a bit much, consider Tekrod's Gaze in your gloves or Idol of Ishta in your helmet. Be sure to run an Ignite Immunity Charm if you have any issues sustaining Energy Shield. Fiery Death is a solid option for dense, juiced mapping, or for farming Breach, Ritual, Abyss, and Expedition. Headhunter is incredibly strong for mapping on this build. Lightning Warp is a solid mobility skill, and it creates shock ground when you teleport to Ball Lightning. This can be quite powerful. Eventually, aim for a Corrupted Sire of Shards with +5 projectiles to elevate your damage to another level. Click like and subscribe if you enjoy the video.
It's actually very good. Look, I'm just happy to see different new builds that, like, this isn't even from the new stuff. It's just different. Are you sure you want to overwrite the changes? Yes. Share via link. I didn't think to test this earlier to make sure it works. I'm just gonna send that to Shads again and make sure he can load those changes into a new filter and have it just work. Before I keep fucking around with the themes. Theme is a fantastic way to do this though, once you understand how. You need more shovels. I think that's why I ended up with not enough shovels to sell. This league hopefully will be quite good for it. Yep, seems fine. Fantastic. Might be a little rough on some systems. My water cooled 4090 disagrees. I mean, this might be a little rough on some systems. He's only got a 5070, so you're fine. Nice. Okay, gem's showing up a different color. Fine. That's a bit fucking weird. Oh, no, it's not. They're all twice corrupted thing. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so if that's all done, then we need this area. I can't just have multicolored shit like this. So it's just too confusing. I kind of can have this be the coloring of the normal rares though. Normal non-jewelry rares is fine, but then the upgraded versions of them can't look like that. Like the tier 3 and tier 4, they can't suddenly go blue. Like if regular non-jewelry gear is yellow like this, then the better versions need to be somehow in line with that. The same thing. Like why are we, what is that doesn't. Got them under exotic somehow. But like, why are they exotic? The tag is using for them is exotic C and exotic D, which is like, why would we use those for these? What website would I need? Ah, yeah. Yep, I've seen that one before. As I'm checking out, what does it do? They should tell you what the regex does. There's two options. It's either a vendor regex or it's a map mod regex. I don't know which one. That'll be up to the creator. But essentially, a vendor regex is exactly what it sounds like. You paste it right here and it highlights all of the good stuff that you might want to buy. For instance, movement speed boots or weapons with damage rolls on it. If you're doing a martial build, like the weapon types that you want with rolls on them already. So the idea is you should just be able to hit paste and then just go and if you don't see any highlighted things, just close it off. There's nothing there for you, move on. Right? And if it's highlighted, you go, ooh, that's something that showed up in the regex. Doesn't guarantee it'll be perfect. Doesn't guarantee it'll be an upgrade. Just, you know, those are the only ones worth looking at. Skip everything that isn't highlighted. It just helps you move through everything much quicker. There's been a little bit of a change the last, I don't know, 6 months or so, where everyone is starting to include regexes for vendor searches and for map mods, depending on what's going on, which I think I might start doing too. I guess I might start doing too, because I think it's actually pretty useful. I'll be back in just a second. I will think about what I'm about to do to those bears. I don't know what to start. I'm gonna start totems of some kind. Although I wish I had a functioning totem build in the league right now to test some things. Specifically one interaction. I have one interaction I really need to test, but I don't know if it will work or not. It should be really easy if I had a functioning totem build. Right, I'll be back in just a sec. My sister needed help. I was gonna say watering the dogs, but that's not the right word at all. The opposite of that. I also use the term watering the dogs. Okay, cool. Oh, hey, look at that. And what happened ready to game? Oh, so much, yeah. I'm like 133 kilos now. I've been having problems. How are you still gaining weight? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so let's see. Gear highlight size. Okay, see, that's fine. If we find that bit. Gear. Highlight sized. But why is it just that? What? Oh, because that's what it looks like with nothing. Right, because that's the default. Okay, well, I don't mind that. Exotic C tier and exotic B tier are the ones that I don't like. Except I don't even feel like they should be that. Where's the word exotic? Where's the word exotic? Where is the word exotic? There it is. Right, so there's C and D. I wish I could get a list of rules that were affected here. I wish I could get a list of rules that were affected here. Okay, so for starters, this just isn't good enough to be highlighted. So you should change to the same as that one. This one, well, no, you shouldn't though, because it's tier 3 or higher. These are still good. So it needs to be like that, but slightly more. Yeah, exclamation mark POB2. If you want that. POB2. I think. Okay, how is that not... Oh, there it is. Yeah, there it is. I was like, how did that not work? But it did work. It did work. It's fine. Okay, so I need, this can just be a lot simpler. Gear highlight size is just that. So that first of all, is that just a Solid black? Or is it something else? Nope, it's something else. Okay, cool. Let's copy that one then. And then, I mean, I guess what we'll do is just change this one. How does that look over here? If I use that and then go, where'd it go, where'd it go, where'd it go? There. No, see, I want that same text color, but it's like, oh, it's just the yeah, like that. So we just get rid of the text color and let that happen like that. No, unfortunately, you still need to roll to sprint. There's just a separate button that'll let you roll without sprinting. I'm hoping they give me another separate button to let me sprint without rolling. Just separate those. Those are two different actions. Hello. Okay, so generic gear, probably hidden. Decent gear, slightly better. But then the good stuff that's tier 4 or tier 5 that's regular rares, but like the good stuff need a third thing. They need a different thing. But it still should be, you know, something close, but it needs to be noticeably different. So we'll just put it up a little bit. Almost, maybe. What happens if I do this? Will that look significantly different here? Yeah, I think so. This shit's probably hidden anyway, so irrelevant. Decent enough that you might want to pick up. Probably rolled really well. They'll also say tier on them, and it's not jewelry, just regular. Friend, have you played Crit, Holy Flame, Totem, Hereford? No. No, never. Okay, so gear highlight drop 2 is the bad magic items, right? The gear highlight drop 2 gear highlight drop 2 is the magic items. Now that just, I don't know what's wrong with this, but I hate it. How would we want magic items to look? It can't really be the purple because that's how I'm going with the good rares. And it can't just look the same as rare items. What if it was just that? I mean, shouldn't it just be that? Shouldn't that just be magic items? Like, why wouldn't it just be that? Right? And then we need magic items that are high tier to be something different. Exotic D. That is some exotic D you've got there. That's maybe not different enough. That's maybe not different enough. Nah, it is, because it's bigger. It's got a bold highlight around it, and it's gonna say in brackets tier 4 or whatever, right? Like it's gonna have in brackets a tier beside it. It's got a border, it's a little bit brighter, and it's gonna have the words tier 4 or tier 5 there. So like that just kind of is enough. Even a question of should I give it anything other than ideally give me a migraine? I mean, they shouldn't be though, right? But they are, or they were. I'm fixing it, but like why? So now the difference in magic items, at least on my filter, I mean, honestly, most of them probably hidden anyway, but that's just what a regular magic item looks like. And that's what one that'll look like that's got high tier roll on it. It looks almost the same. It's just 5 larger from 40 to 45, and it's got a border, but it looks almost the same. And it'll say in text, you know, tier 3, tier 5, whatever. Like that should be enough. That should be enough of a distinction. It's slightly larger. It has a border. It's going to say the words tier 5 on it. That should be, you should be able to tell. That should be enough. Now these are the ones that can be special. Over-qualityed, over-socketed, over-socketed exceptional items. Like having these be like, ta-da, that's fine. Okay, breach rings, however. Doesn't still not finished you losing your touch. Do you have any idea how many hours have been spent on the PoE 1 loot filter? Do you have a concept of how long has been spent on the PoE 1 filter? You know what we call 3 hours? A good start. What are you talking about? There's probably 300 or 400 hours in that fucking PoE 1 filter over the course of multiple leagues. Gear, jewelry, magic. Gear, jewelry, magic. Honestly, that's fine. So presumably the magic ones also look like that. They do, except over here. Why would you do that? Let's also go to that. That one could also go to that. See, this is magic jewelry that's a good tier. It looks like a rare. I don't want it to look like a rare. That's silly. Why would it look like a rare? Honestly, you can probably still just have that. Gear highlight drop 2, so you should be gear highlight drop 2. And then you should be good magic one. Also, that good magic one should be in the slightly larger version. Where did you go? There you are. Boom. That's better. Now magic items look like magic items and very easily identified the ones that are higher tier. Look at that. Why? Look at them with perfect item levels. Ah. Yeah, alright. No, fair enough. That's fine. Normal / magic with lower item levels. What? Magic plus normal and get. Why is that together? And why does it? How is that different from? Why would that be together? Why would you force me into having normal and magic gear look the same? Normal drops greater than magic drops? Yes, unless they come with like high tiers on them, right? At the very least, we're going to change them to those because we don't need that to look extra good. We're not currently controlling what's on and off. We're just trying to come up with the color scheme, not what's hidden, what's shown, that sort of stuff. We're just fixing the color scheme. You know what? I'm cool with both flasks and charms looking like that. Those can stay. Waystones. Are we cool with waystones? Just white seems crazy. White seems crazy. What do I do on PoE1? Where are my maps? Maps. Where are you? Ah, yes. I mean, doesn't that look better? We're just gonna have, we can't just have maps be white like that. That's crazy. Maps regular low, maps regular high, maps regular highest, and maps special. Okay, cool. So there are 3. Okay. So maps regular high. Oh no, maps regular low first. Maps regular low. Maps regular low. There's also a mid. Hold on. Oh yep, regular mid. I see. They look exactly the same. There's no need for that either. So regular low can be, well, hang on. Why are you so small? That's not how they look. There's no way that, are there in-game items? How is that? Decorations and special rules change the appearance only of certain items without deciding if an item should be hidden or not. They allow for highlighting certain properties. Sure. Why would maps be that small? Because they're not that small, right? If I go like, I don't know, let's say 75. Are you not going to show me a single map? What's going on? Okay, here we go. okay, so I mean they are a little smaller than I would have expected them to be. They're not 32 small. They're at 32 in here. That's not right. Is it? Whatever. I'm upping them to at least 35. And it's just, I don't know why we're using both of those, but we'll just do that. That's fine. Okay, is there even a reason to differentiate between tier 1 and like tier 7 waystones? Like, should I even have a yellow tier there in PoE 2? Like in PoE 1, I've got tier 1 to 5 as white, and then tier 6 to 10 as yellow, and then some red, and then purple for the best ones. And that's just what maps look like. That's what they've always looked like. So in this filter, they change from regular low to regular mid at 7 instead of 6 for some reason. I don't know why. Is the casting line slightly? Yes, made it significantly better. Okay, so that becomes this, and that becomes this, and then we make it a yellow square, and a yellow beam. That's better. And then our red maps, which are these ones, regular high. Coming to next few days, need to hurry? Maybe. Okay, so regular high. Regular high. There it is. That needs to not be yellow. Regular high is red, and you know it. So text and border. And literally no reason for you to be anything but black. Red, 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 red. There we go. And then the top tier one, the only one you care about in the end game, became a purple thing. And so we're just going to have that being the exact same here. Regular highest, specials. Specials actually do look like that in my filter. I guess I never changed it, so that's fine. The regular highest becomes... and then the text is white. Purple, color purple. Because of modifiers that aren't guaranteed right now? I have absolutely no idea how that works. Okay. There, waystones. Into the normal way that maps look. Because why have them be different between games? Why not keep the exact same thing for maps? You're right, tier 11 should be high. Regular high. Tier 6 to 10 are yellow, 1 to 5 are white. Tier 11 to 14 red, and then 15 because it's the best one and the one we end up at. Nah, for purpose of use, this is all progression and it all gets hidden or stops dropping. These are the ones that matter once you get there. They're the only ones you care about. The rest of this either stops dropping or gets hidden. That's the maps you want to pick up. Those colored differently. All the 16 ones are colored weirdly, and all the specialty maps should be colored weirdly as well. See? 7 mod, Delirium, Enchanted, all of the weird shit is different. So, map fragments. Well, I'm not using pink, so I think I'm okay with all those fragments being pink, and I think I'm perfectly okay with how they're already set up. This, however, not okay with. This is weird. Magic and rare jewels, that's fine. What the fuck is this color? Like, what is that? Like, do we want this for timeless jewels? Is that... I mean... timeless jewels are different. They shouldn't be the same color. And I agree that if we've got like a corrupted 5 mod or an enchanted jewel, that it should also be different. So I agree that these all belong in the same category, but they don't look anything like regular jewels. Is that okay? I think it is okay. I think it is okay, but I don't know if I love that look. Like, I don't know if I love that look, but I think it is okay that they all stand out quite differently. I just don't know if I'm here for that weird, ugly green compared to everything else. Nah, it's so weird that waystones are that small. Are they supposed to be that small? Are maps always significantly smaller than currency? That's really throwing me. I feel like they're not. I'm gonna go over a little bit bigger. They don't have to be maximum size, but like... That's a bit better. Like, our good currency is still better, but... like, still bigger, but at least they're showing up. Obviously, this filter has everything showing right now because, again, we can't set up filters right now. We can only set up our, like, audio and visual portions. Yeah, good. Those still show up like that. That's fine. And that is the 3 different looks for rare items. This is the garbage trash tier, probably hidden. This is the normal standard rare. And this is the good rare that has like a high tier modifier that's potentially rolled really well. And I think that's great. I like that. They all look like rare items to me. But very clearly I go, that one. I want that one. And it's real simple to ignore these, which are probably going to be hidden, but you know. Right, and there we go. There's the difference between magic items. Garbage magic item I don't care about. Magic item that's got a high tier modifier on it that might actually matter, that you should like look at. These probably end up hidden anyway, but not the point. The point is it easy to tell the difference? And I think the answer is yes. I can always move what's in what tier and what gets hidden and what doesn't get hidden later. Yeah, okay, so this is what has to be, it has to be changed. So we can't have that. So they're all on exotic B tier. So exotic B tier. The thing is, that's 18 different rules, but it is hideous though. I mean, the answer can't be to give it a yellow background, because if I give it a yellow background with that ugly ass green text, it'll look fucking stupid. But it looks fucking stupid now. It looks stupid now. That's somehow harder to read. Does it instantly look less stupid with just white text? Not quite white, but close enough. I think that looks way better. Like compared to, so you've got your rare jewels and your magic jewels, that's fine. And then the time lost ones can keep that green. They just needed to not have, that green text to go with it. Morning. Okay, so if I go over here again and we just start slowly going through, the question is, does anybody see anything that stands out as like, that looks dumb as fuck and doesn't fit the rest of the filter at all? I mean, I'm also looking, obviously. And obviously more than 80% of this is hidden. It'll be hidden on these filters anyway. But we're looking at color schemes. Honestly, that might be a little. You hate that color scheme? Too bad. Somebody said that about every single color scheme I've ever made, though. It always annoys someone. I don't like the look of this. Something wrong with that purple. There's something wrong with like just that bit. Well, these are garbage rares, which I'm fine with them looking shit because they're all probably going to be hidden anyway, right? So I don't care about those. They're all almost certainly hidden. These ones will be the only ones that show up not hidden, and I think that looks okay. The rest of that stuff you'll only see when you press Alt, and it's supposed to look shit. It's this I don't like. It's this I don't like. Oh, that's because I'm in, hold on. What if I go back to, here? It's because I'm showing, over-leveled stuff. Specifically, it's getting the, modifier for being, like, in corrupted tier 16 maps, which is like a separate modifier. This is how it actually looks. I knew that and was just adjusting in my head. I should have changed that for you. This I still don't like though. I don't like that. That's supposed to be a decent belt worth picking up. That like faded yellow doesn't work. Right? That's still shit. Right? So find that. What do you belong to? Right, okay. So there's the 2 tiers of jewelry that we're supposed to pick up. These are the really good ones that have high tier ranks. These are the bad ones, but they're not bad. They're still like decent enough to pick up. I don't think the background works either. Oh, well then you must also really hate my PoE 1 filters since I pulled them directly from that. Tier jewelry, gear / tier jewelry, and gear / jewelry 1. Okay. So tiered jewelry has text in that color, and jewelry 1 has text. Why? Why does that have worse? I feel like that is part of the problem right there. That should be better. Again, most of this is hidden. Your screen is not going to be covered in all of this. So we're only looking at color schemes, not what's showing and what's hidden. For the sex in the same regard, I like it. And currency C. Currency C still looks pretty faded. Is that alright? I feel like it is. That's all the shit stuff. It should be pretty faded. And it needs to happen at one point. Oh, I have to redo it for next league. The PoE 1 filter needs rebuilding basically from the ground up. It's just had way too many changes that have happened like over the course of years, to the point where a lot of even my presets and my like modules and whatnot don't even properly function. They don't even change all the things they're supposed to change. Have you revealed recently? Nope. I did some dodgy tighten up some things that just sort of tied me over. It was only like half an hour's worth of work just to like change a few extra things. But it needs to be redone, like properly redone. Yeah, the modules are a little over 2 years old, and since I did them, too many things have changed. If I do, I guess I'm gonna go spell totems. Nice. Well, good. All the campaign stuff. Also, you say what a sheep. I feel like I've seen like 3 times as many videos for like the bows and grenades and martial rather than totems. I'm not saying totems won't be meta, but I don't think it'll be number 1 or number 2. It'll be up there, but not like, I think you still have more people doing the spears, the whirlwind thing, the like martial shit. The totems even tested? Not really. Fuck. What do you mean wrong? I wonder if it's the same link. It is the same link. Okay. Well, whether you like it or not, whether you like the filter or not, Shads, can you double check that all of those changes that I just made look correctly changed in that link? I may or may not do something with uniques later with it, but honestly, I feel like the unique section's already fine. I'm seeing a lot of black and white gear. Oh, you set it up to 80? Like, what have I set it to? What do you mean black and white gear? Oh, that's just this. There's white stuff. In-game jewelry D rank. Quality armor that's just white. Yeah, there's no strictness is set. Everything is showing here. Perfect base is worth way more. Unfortunately, not unless it's the right item level. That is a separate thing. The item level part is a separate thing. Seems to have applied. Fucking fantastic. So now here's the next question. If I just open this bitch up, right? And I just load my filter. I don't think I should. I think I should build a new filter day of League launch. Ew, look at this bullshit. Ew, why did I do this for so long? Look at how many different colors there are. Gross. Okay, my modules. It's not there. Why isn't it there? Because my module shows the module that's already on. Put those up there real quick. Advanced. I mean, it's right there. It's saved. 6 people have looked at it. It's saved. So fresh window. Load her up. If I went to create new, it's there. Okay. So if I go to my own league start filter. Oh, it's there now. Okay, cool. Yeah, I just want to know if I can just add this to my old filter. I don't think I will. I think I'll rebuild the morning of launch. Yeah, I'll rebuild the morning of launch. But everything except Wisdom Scrolls seems to have gone right. Ew. Right, because I didn't change the uniques. Because the module didn't make any change to the uniques. it kept the old unique rule. Which, what the fuck is this? These are all uniques. What the fuck is that? How can Coots be there like, I hate your current color scheme when we've been dealing with this bullshit? This is what we've had. Fuck that. Nah, we just haven't been playing PoE 2. Ah, right. Yeah, okay, sure. That's, right, that's how. Right. That's also the driving motivation to set everything up properly now is like this league looks like it's going to last me more than 4 days. Like it legitimately looks good enough that I want to keep playing it. And I'm like, oh, I don't know if I can put up with my current filter for more than a few days. It needs some fixing. Right, I'll have to make my own module later for sounds. Before then, should even tried. Are you looking forward to this one? Because it seems good to me. I'm like, yo, I want to play again all of a sudden. It's funny what happens when you play some other games for a little while. Have a sound module, want it? I would love you to message me it in Discord, but I also need to like I need to make my own, but it would be useful to look at yours because I know it's quite similar to mine, if not a copy. But I need to make one so I have it to just in my list, right? All right. Chad's mug. What are you two starting? Any ideas? Am I the only one doing totems, or is that everybody? Right now that builder phase is at the top of my list. Nice. Yeah, I got home like 4 hours ago. When do you think I've had a chance to look at anything? Oh, in the last 4 hours, obviously. Ah, no, I'm kidding. You got shit to do. It's that old Marshall Monk. Marshall Monk looks pretty pog. That twister thing looks insane. Oh yeah, this is Spell Totem but as Blood Mage, which I'm also tempted to do. I'm torn between several options for the totems. The Shaman, the Blood Mage, and there was a third one I was looking at earlier. Was it this one? Happily rerolling the totems. There's a way too untested for me for League starter. That's fair. That's fair. Grenades are basically untouched. Ice Shot is basically untouched, so they're both gross. And the Twister build is pretty much untouched, so it's fucking gross also. And the Twister build can be done on the new Ascendancy, and it's all the tech we were already using, so we already literally know it's going to be great. On the Martial Artist, it's going to be really good. New Huntress is a yes. Or martial artist. Martial artist, Deadeye, or the Huntress. Both versions of the Huntress. Not this one. This one or the new one. But I think either martial artist or the new Huntress would both be really, really, really good for that. Tunnel spend, middle lower, full head, and high investment. I mean, just yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'll try and figure out a way to test it tomorrow. My idea, the thing that I want the most for totems, I don't know if it functionally works, and I don't have a totem build to test it on, so I might have to like log into a standard league and see if I can like buy the basic gear just to be able to place totems down, because you need 3 fucking charges just to see if it functions, because I don't have a totem build. And there was no video on it anywhere. I looked. Jury to prevent ritual? Yeah, I might just do that. What if the trees released in the new companion nodes have have movement speed attached to them? Like companion movement speed? You'd need to give me minimum 40% or so, like total, not on one node, but like minimum 40% or so before it would become even viable. I think 40 is where it becomes viable, but maybe still not great. And somewhere around 80 is where I would start to enjoy it. But if they gave me at least 40, I would maybe change my mind and be like, all right, we'll give it a go. I'll be baited by 40, but I think 80 would be enough to make it actually good. But yeah, we don't have a new tree yet, so hopefully we get that soon. Alright. Too many things to do. So I'm gonna call it a day, but my filters are actually like fucking ready for the day 1 setup now, and that makes me very happy. I tell you what, we might send people to Tatty, and then I might ask him my totem question and see if he knows what's going on. What's your build? Almost certainly I'm going to start spell totems. I don't know if I'm going to start Gemling Legionnaire. Probably not. I think Gemling... Yeah, I saw that. Thank you. I think Gemling is probably a reroll, if anything. So probably not that. Or possibly Oracle here. Or possibly BalorMage here. Right? All of those are viable options. Technically, so is Chronomancer, but I think that's maybe a little bit too meming. I think the 2 standouts for me are BalorMage and Oracle. Both of those are really, 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 really solid options. I think it comes down to Oracle will be a bit smoother and a bit tankier, and BalorMage will be more DPS. But do I value more DPS or do I value smoothness and tankiness? And to be honest, they're both going to be good at both. This is going to have enough damage anyway. Just going to be a bit smoother and a bit tankier. This is going to be tanky anyway. It's just going to not be quite as tanky as that one, and it's going to have more damage. So they're both going to do really well. I haven't decided which one. Yeah, if you start Oracle, the League start is a lot smoother because you get to your first ascendancy and you just take Sacred Flow as a shaman, and then you actually just don't bother to ascend again until you get to maps. You get to maps, you get a little bit of gear with Spirit on it, and then you respec into Oracle. And you take probably just those 4, to be honest. I don't think you need the extra totem here. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. I don't think you do. I think I can just make them live long enough, but if I find that I want that, I might drop that one and take that. It wouldn't really be for the extra totem though, because I think we can get enough totems anyway to cap out in Spirit. It would be for the 6 seconds they don't die. So that really depends on, are they dying, right? I'm gonna run. I will see everybody tomorrow. Probably more practice runs.